Thanks, Ishtar. Hey, thanks, Tunya.
But I can also that you're not. Then why not? I am Carl.
All right.
Have you heard? They sir, but you. I can turning route to aid you. You need to the foot. Then it said summon me. Ah, I bequeath. Use it will some torrent. Treat him with.
Yeah, so for any percent, I don't think I need lightning for anything, actually. Hey, thanks, Oz. Appreciate you, dude.
To determine if you had, it seems torrent, whereas I'm in. There is, but I can take gathering plate. Very let my hand.
You'll no matter. Lay out your own.
Oh, welcome to I teach and explore so that one day ensuring. By the way, you do most Tana you are well. May the Golden Order.
Bro, he fell on my head. Isn't no hit fun? Hey Bree, how are you? How's the run going? Well, we just reset because a scarab landed on our head. So I've heard of better things happening. Scarab OP, dude. Nothing I could do.
But I can also that you're not, then why not? I am Carly.
They sir, but you. I can play turning root to aid you. You need O to the foot. Then it's summon me. Ah, I bequeath you. It will summon torrent. Treat him with.
So yeah, I didn't stream for like a day and a half because, well, yesterday we went out and went out into the real world, played some disc golf outside. I'm like super sore now. My fucking arm hurts. It's like weird how out of shape I am that like going to play disc golf makes me sore. That's not to say that disc golf isn't athletic, because it is, but like it's a whole body like thing you have to do, but to play that game, but like still. This isn't the real world? I don't know. I mean, it feels like good, right? Like, it feels good to, like, go out and do this shit. Gives you perspective. Honestly, I had been, like, since this game came out, I've been, like, grinding it, like, non-stop and, like, just streaming like crazy. Which is all good, you know, but, like, I need to do outdoor shit, too. Otherwise, I'm gonna fucking go crazy. Body's hurting all day. Missed leg day, though, so that's good. Never skip leg day, dude. But see, like, I prefer, like, when I'm like trying to get in shape, I don't enjoy going to like the gym and like doing workout equipment. That's just not fun for me. Like, when I'm trying to get in shape, I rock climb because it's the whole body. And you like have like other goals in mind. Like, you're not necessarily thinking like, I'm trying to get into shape and that's why I'm doing this. Instead, it's more like I'm trying to do this particular climb and I really want to get this particular climb. Like, your brain, like your emphasis, your focus is on that activity. But then as like kind of a side effect, you just end up getting in really good shape just doing that. You're able to get to... Yeah, okay, I see. Like, my brain, like, hyper-focuses on my hobbies, like on the shit that I'm like doing or whatever. So whether it's like video games or whatever it might be, my brain just like wants to do that thing. So like with climbing, it was kind of the same. Like my brain just like hyper focusing on it like all the time. And so like, yeah, I remember when I was like super obsessed with climbing. That was when I was in like the best shape of my life. It's like I'd be like going to sleep and like thinking like, oh, I bet I could get that one move if I just, you know, I just got to get my foot way higher. I bet I can balance. Like, he's sitting there, like, trying to figure out the fucking climbing moves in my head. Rock climbing documentaries lately. Was one of them called Free Solo? About Alex Honnold? Sounds great, but it must be tough. I mean, it's as hard or as easy as you want. You know, there's climbs of all difficulties. Some Adamandra shit. Adamandra is definitely next level. He's like the first person in the world to climb 515C. No one had ever climbed that grade before. The name of the climb was La Dura Dura. Means the hard hard. In Spanish. It's in Spain. Shit's way fucking ridiculous. He's so passionate. Free solo, Dawn Wall, and Alpinist. Okay, have you seen Meru? That is a fantastic climbing documentary, but that's more about mountaineering, a little bit less about like. But it has. I mean, it is about it is about climbing, but it's not just about mountaineering or alpinism. But I mean, Dawn Wall is amazing too. Fucking Tommy Caldwell's like that guy's beast. You know what Meru's about? It's an amazing story. Like I usually like I watch climbing movies and stuff because I'm interested in climbing, but this one you could watch even if you're not interested in climbing. Like it's just got a really interesting story. The guy who shot Free Solo's in it. Yes. Yeah, he was one of them who was in that expedition. Flashes those 515. I mean, like flashing 515 is just like not a thing. Like people can't do that. That's not a thing. 515 is like so goddamn hard, man. Like at my very best, I was climbing like maybe 513A level, but I would never be able to flash a 513A. It's fucking insane. And he's like talking about flashing 515s. I'm like, it's not possible, dude. Like, you're just a fucking mutant to climb that hard. Like hanging on to, like, I don't even know, man. Dawn Wall is just like one of those things where it's like, okay, how committed are you? You know, like how fucking committed to doing this thing that seems so unreasonable.
So that one day ensuring, by the way, you do most tarnish you, well. May the god.
Dude's a genetic freak. Yeah, I know. Like, I think Dawn Wall was one of those moments where it's just like, I think people knew that it could go, like that it was doable, but like, it was one of those things where people would be like, yeah, I'm not fucking doing it. Fuck that. Because it's so disgusting. Like, the blankness just for ages. There's just nothing for so long on that wall. There's no holds. Robot Honnold. Yeah, Honnold is extremely robotic. Emotionally robotic. I mean, you'd have to be to do what he does, though. Like, you would have to be. Like, there's something wrong with his amygdala. He just doesn't experience panic the same way that other people do. Because what he does is a true test of fear management. You know, there's plenty of climbing that's very comfy and safe. 100% safe. But what he does is just suicidal, man. Like it is. I actually have my problems with... with Alex Honnold becoming... I mean, it makes sense as someone who free solos would be famous. Who free solos at that level. But to be fair, it's not good for the sport when that happens. It's just not. Are you talking about Uli Steck? Well, I mean, you're talking about Uli Steck, right? But, like, Uli Steck didn't die from alpinism. He was hiking. He just slipped off a fucking ledge when he was hiking to the base camp of Everest. Oh, someone else? Okay. Oh, I didn't see that one. I'm not even familiar. Although, if you haven't heard of Uli Steck, they should make a documentary about him if they haven't. He's been in several climbing films, but it was when he was alive. Contra was insane. Andre. Want to see Maru? Yeah, Maru is great. It's like very legit movie to watch. You will not be bored watching that movie. Like I remember watching it and being like, "What the fuck?" Like I couldn't. Like part of it, like there were parts of it I was just like, "No fucking way." Hey Esther. So speaking of movies, I've been rewatching all of the MCU. Well, okay, not all of the MCU, but a big chunk of it because I'm gonna want to see Doctor Strange, the sequel, and I want to take my girlfriend with me, but she's not as familiar with the movies as I am, and so I am sort of dragging her along through it so that she'll be somewhat caught up, so when we go see the movie she won't be lost, basically. So guess what? We have gotten up to Endgame. I'm sorry, no, we have gotten up to Infinity War. We're about to watch Infinity War tomorrow. So for me it's like a really nice moment of just like, yes, we finally got to Infinity War. This is so cool. I get to show you Infinity War. Like I love how they're doing these movies where like they're doing these movies that are kind of just like little pieces of the whole story sort of puzzle, and then they all culminate in these like big Avengers movies. You know, I think that's really fun. Like they did it with the first Avengers and it was like a big success, and then like it culminated again in even bigger and badder in Infinity War, and it was fucking amazing. And then like Endgame was just like I really liked what they did with Infinity War and Endgame, how they really dangle you a bit, you know. They're just like, oh, you know, and then like they made you wait, you know, between the movies. It was really cool. And you know, I think that so many of the Marvel movies like come into their stride a bit when they start sort of uniting various universes into one in a way that's seamless. Like there hasn't really been movies that have tried to do that on such a grand scale before, where they're uniting all these really like big important characters, and there's not too many stars on the screen. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like I think the big thing people are scared of is that like, oh, there's just too much going on. We won't be able to let all these people shine. But they've like found a way to do that, you know, with these superhero movies, which is really cool. You know, it's kind of unprecedented in a way. And like you have your favorites, and you're just looking forward to the parts where your favorites like do cool shit or interact with each other or what have you. So who are you guys' favorites? Favorite superheroes? Hey Drakes. Been a hot minute, has it? I mean, I only took a day and a half off. It is funny though, when you take a day and a half off, everyone's just like, "Oh my god, I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been? The world has already died. It's been so long." Who doesn't love Tom Holland Spider-Man? At this point, if they do 3 movies just to have an origin story. I mean, So I've watched every iteration of Spider-Man because Spider-Man was one of the few comics that I actually collected as a kid. I collected Spider-Man comics. He was always my favorite. And Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, the notorious T.O.B., was kind of silly because fucking Tobey Maguire was just like a little bit meh. And then like I have this problem. I have a hang up with Kirsten Dunst. I feel like Kirsten Dunst just kind of bothers me because I remember seeing her when she was a child in Interview with a Vampire, and so now every time I look at her, I don't see a grown woman. All I can see is like that little child from that fucking movie, and I'm just like nothing she's in. It doesn't ever look right to me. I'm just like, what is she doing? What the fuck? Like where she's trying to be like a love interest and she's trying to like all. I'm just like, yeah, this doesn't work. Like, I just don't. I don't know, man. Like I understand, like that's a personal problem. But... Tony's easily your favorite. You mean Tony? You mean Iron Man? I gotta sit down. Yeah, that is true. But you know, I don't necessarily think that it was Kirsten's fault for not being the best Mary Jane. I honestly think the writing in the first 3 Spider-Mans was pretty fucking terrible, honestly. Like, it was cheesy and it was lame. Like, it was just not in touch with, like, what people think of as Spider-Man, like, in my opinion. Like, I always thought of Spider-Man as being, like, kind of cool, kind of silly, kind of rebellious young person. And it wasn't really about the things they kind of tried to make it about in the original trilogy, where they're trying to make it about like great power, great responsibility, all this serious stuff, and I'm constantly worrying about everything all the time. Like, it wasn't like that. It was way lighthearted. You know what I mean? Like, it was silly and it was kind of cool. You don't think you have a favorite superhero? Well, like, so it's the thing is, I have my like traditional favorite superheroes, and then I have the ones that have like completely won me over in the new movies and stuff. Like Benedict Cumberbatch playing Doctor Strange to me is one of the high points of Marvel these days. Like, that shit is amazing. I love it. I love the Doctor Strange character. I love the stories. I love the movies. I love everything that he's doing in the Avengers films and in the in Thor Ragnarok. All of that, dude. Garfield has the best Spider-Man. Are we talking about the guy in between? We're talking about the guy from the Amazing Spider-Man, the one that was in between Maguire and Holland. Isn't that Andrew Garfield? No, that's better. Okay, so yeah, I know that like they like address. I haven't seen the new Spider-Man, so no spoilers, dude. No spoilers. I do find it annoying that Sony owns the rights to fucking Spider-Man because none of that shit is on Disney Plus. I know, I gotta see it. I want to see it. But none of that shit is on fucking Disney Plus. It pisses me off. Like, I can watch everything on the MCU except the Spider-Man shit on Disney Plus. Do I know why? Because Sony owns the rights, I think. Rent it for $3 on YouTube? Yeah. I can't justify it, really. I'm already paying for so many stream services. It's just fucking annoying to me. Why does Sony own the rights? Who knows, man? I'm going to. I know I need to. I know I need to. I know. I get it. I know. The other thing is, like I said, I'm catching my girlfriend up, right? And right now we're on Infinity War. We're about to watch that. So when it comes time to watch the new Spider-Man, we're going to watch it together, right? And we'll, you know, both see it for the first time, right? Before Strange 2. So, but what we've been doing is watching 2 MCU movies at night to try to like catch up. So at that rate, we'll be there like in a couple of days. And X-Men to Fox. Well, that makes sense. I mean, I think most of their revenue stream in the 90s was still coming from fucking comic books and like trading cards. I don't even know, honestly, where their revenue was coming from in the 90s. But like, I think, you know, something really important happened, you know, after like, you know, 2000, you know, around 2000 and beyond, is that the technology for special effects in movies just went up so fucking dramatically that they're able to actually like pull off these stories in a way that does them justice because of like CGI got so much better, you know. And so like a lot of things that people like when I was a kid, people thought, they'll never be able to really make this a movie because it's just would be so hard to like make the special effects work. And now that's just completely not true. Like anything you can imagine, they can now make the special effects work, which is pretty awesome. Oh yeah, I mean, I know all about Alex Honnold. Like, I followed his career even, like, before any of that free solo shit. Just because, like, I'm in the climbing community. Like, I've met a lot of famous climbers or whatever. Just from being, like, a lifelong climber myself. Like, it just happens that way. Yeah, I remember Drake's. His outlook on life. Yeah, I mean, he's extremely down-to-earth guy. Nice, dude. Gonna start DMing soon. Cool. You know, I played D&D when I was a kid. but I haven't really had any interest in playing it since I got older. Like some of my friends still play, and like I remember like, so when I go play Magic, you know, sometimes there'll be people playing D&D in the same store or whatever where I'm playing Magic, like in the like, you know, Magic shop, you know, to like comic book store or whatever it might be where they're playing, game shop or whatever. And like I overhear them like going through their like D&D campaign and stuff. Like I hear what's going on, and honestly, I just can't. I can't, dude. I can't do it anymore. I just can't do it anymore, man. I don't know why, because I like respect D&D, and like I you know, it does look fun and sound fun sometimes, but when I overhear them talking about what they're gonna do and what's happening in their fucking game, I still actually just cringe a little bit inwardly. And it's weird because like I don't like logically I have no problem with any of it. I think it's cool. I think it's fun. I have enjoyed it in the past. But man, I don't know what happened. I just can't do it anymore. I changed, man. I changed. I didn't even mean to. Yeah, that's kind of what I was kind of thinking, Ozzy. You know, maybe I just lack imagination now or something. I don't know. Funny thing is, I have a feeling that if I actually played D&D again, then I'd probably have fun. Despite all of that. But I don't know, maybe not. Who knows?
Boom.
Flippy.
Plus 2 is 4. Minus 1, that's 3 quick maths.
Flippy, what's going on, dude? Don't do it. So how'd it go, man? So I actually was doing, at the beginning of my stream, Flippy, I was doing the exact same thing you were doing. I was working on Rykard with Incantations. And, except, you know, you were working on it with Sorcery. And I used CE, I cheated in several things to try to test. And, there's nothing very elegant. I'll say that much. It doesn't appear to be anything that's just like, this is obviously what we're gonna do. Like, okay. So, here's the thing. If I use Stone of Garank, and I use the Clawmark Talisman left hand, I'm only doing, with a headshot, I'm only doing to like just over 2,000 damage, like not even 2,000 damage, basically. And it's really easy to miss and not get the headshots with that spell because of the flight speed and the arc and all that stuff. Also, the stagger damage is literally 1/3 of Rock Sling, because it's just like one rock, I guess. And so you're just never going to stagger reliably using Stone of Garank. So I dismissed Stone of Garank, even though it had some promise. It's not going to work, right? Next test. Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike, ADLS. This is extremely good in phase 1 if you're close after he does triple bite. When he does triple bite, after the third one, his neck is way out of the lava. So when you hit with that massive multi-tapping giant fucking lightning strike thing, then he gets hit like 6 times. And so it literally does 11,000 damage to him in phase 1 if you punish that particular attack. Nothing else you really there's no other attack you're really hitting him with if you use ADLS. Right, it's just that one particular attack. But that one attack is insane, the amount of damage you get. Okay, so that was a step forward in realizing I can do like 11,000 damage on a particular punish in phase 1. And so like that could sort of be like the foundations of a phase 1 strat, potentially. So Lightning Spear hitting in the head is doing around 1,800 damage, which... honestly, it's your only kind of even relatively safe choice because it's the only attack that has any range at all that is relatively fast. You don't have another that has any range at all that is relatively fast. You just don't. And so in phase 1, that's fine, but in phase 2, it's just not enough. Like in phase 2, it's just dog shit. It's just not going to work. And so... my phase 2 strat, I was trying Black Blade Incantation, the Malekith one. And what I found is that... so that spell can be chained, but only for 2 attacks, right? Where you do like 1 attack, and then you do another flip, and you do a second attack. If I do the chain in phase 2, it's 10,000 damage. Because it reduces his HP by percentage. Right, and 2 hits means that much more HP percentage reduction. Also, the projectile penetrates, so it'll actually hit him like multiple times as it travels through his body. It looks like on average it's hitting twice, sometimes only once, and sometimes 3 times. Now, the extra hits don't really equal that much more damage though, because what happens when it hits again is it just refreshes the sort of damage dot that you're doing. And then the upfront damage is negligible, right? And so really you're just getting kind of an extra duration on the dot by hitting multiple times, okay? 6 times will be a kill, but that's only if you get a double attack punish. And I was testing that, and what I was doing was whenever he goes Inferno, I was doing it double, and it was working. And then I realized that there's some RNG where when he goes Inferno, one of those fucking lava spouts appears like under your feet or whatever pretty fast, and it's kind of RNG as to whether or not it'll appear fast. So I realized that my double punish at the beginning of Inferno is not safe because you're locked into this ridiculously long animation if you go for it, and it's like really committing, and the fire spout can pop up under you while you're in the middle of all of it, and you can't cancel out, and you're gonna get hit. So single attack punish is like 45. Like 45, around there, 45 to 48. But even the single punish is incredibly committing. It's very fucking slow, and that's with the dex physic. That's with everything to try to get casting speed. It's just so slow. Like I'm starting to question whether Black Blade is even usable. That's how slow it is, because I think there might be bad RNG where you can just get hit just because you're doing something that slow. It's also not very long range, so you have to be pretty close, and when you do the animation, it leaps you forward a pretty good distance, so you can sometimes jump in the fucking lava, or like he'll move forward weirdly and you'll just land in the lava even though you were safe when you started it. Like, there's a lot of problems. And so like the other thing is if he is close, like with his head, which happens sometimes too, the projectile doesn't even come out. Like, you don't hit him with the projectile, you just hit him with the blade, which is way worse. Like, you want the projectile to travel through his body multiple times, and it just won't even happen if you hit with the blade itself. So, like, the strat has a lot of issues. But it's the only way I could find to actually get damage on him in Phase 2. Nothing else does any damage to him, basically. So, like, every other strat looks at least 5 Infernos. You can't stagger, so it's just a matter of how many Infernos he feels like doing. So every other strat is at least 5. This one, I was able to actually, like, the amount of damage you can do, like, you're looking at maybe 2 Infernos instead of 5. That's as good as I've got so far. Yeah, and there's no staggers. The only thing that even could potentially stagger is Stone of Garank. And it's... Sometimes you don't get enough punishes close enough together to actually ever stagger him. Renala Placidusax. Oh, get this. I killed Placidusax with Incantations in 3 casts. 3 spells total. You 3-shot him with Incantations. Nope. Pest Threads is not even good. Doesn't do enough. Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike. Ancient Dragon's Lightning Strike can take off more than half of his HP in 1 cast. Like, there's certain bosses where ADLS is disgusting, dude. Like it's hard to believe, like, what you're looking at in terms of damage numbers. Like, especially once you, like, analyze the spell and understand exactly how it works, then you start to understand why it does so much damage. So basically imagine that there are 5 lines coming out of your character in 5 directions, okay? So almost like a 5-pointed star. And one of those lines is directly in front of you, okay? And then you've got 4 corners, right? So you're looking down on your character from above. So one is coming straight out in front, one is coming out at a diagonal, and then you got basically 4 diagonals, perfect diagonals. So, and then you've got this one straight one in between the 2 front diagonals. So what that means is that the front 3 are very close together because the other 4 are equidistant apart, right? The 4 corners. And so the direction you're facing has way more damage potential because sometimes if it's a big thing you're looking at, they get hit by 3 lines, right? And the way the lines work is they're dotted lines, right? Where each dot is a lightning bolt. So it's going dot, it's going like dot, 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 right? And then you've got dot, 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 and then you got 2 diagonals coming out as well, right? And so each dot can, like, for example, if I was to hit Rykard with 1 dot, it's 2,600 damage. So if each dot is hitting 4 times, and then there's 3 lines, right? So 3 times 4 times 2,600. You could imagine what would happen. The hitbox is wide enough to get hit by the full shotgun. Yeah, but it's not exactly a shotgun because it's more like the lightning bolts are coming from above and they're just going zap, 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 zap away from you in lines. Right? And so something could get hit so many times. Because a shotgun, you know, the thing would get hit by the shotgun pellets just once each, right? But this is a little bit different. But I guess for all, you know, for intents and purposes, it's pretty much a shotgun. But, like, there's some situations even where you can use the rear-facing bullets as well, but that's not very common. That's not very typical where you get to use the rear-facing bullets. But it was the original strat that we used for Elden Beast was using ADLS, right? To just fucking nuke him. Now, the weird thing, though, about Elden Beast is that for some reason when you use ADLS on him, there is a chance that each lightning bolt will do a baby hit. We do not yet understand why this happens, but basically the lightning bolt will not, like, do its proper damage. It'll do, like, 26 damage instead of its typical, like, you know, against him, each one's doing about 1,700. But for some reason, the hits will just, like, not work. And so it turns the fight into just true RNG. Just an absolute dice roll. Which, you know, like, it can be done, but you need to be able to bone out, like, pretty often. Because sometimes you just get a bunch of baby hits and you just won't die. That's why it takes time to get pest threads. Well, pest threads, like, here's the thing. We didn't understand how to get pest threads that made sense until recently. We rerouted it and rerouted it and rerouted it, and eventually found that there's a way to get pest threads and the 8% incantation talisman way earlier than we think the game intends for you to. And so with those strats, it's not even, like, hard or annoying or even slow. All you have to do is get the Valkyrie's prosthesis, and then you have to kill O'Neill. And that's pretty much it. And then there's, like, a tiny bit of talking to make the quest work. But it's all about this particular sequence that you do things in. Yeah, you have to kill O'Neill, and you have to get the prosthesis. It's not even an issue, really. We thought you'd have to do all kinds of fucking annoying shit, but you don't. Because we figured out some things. One of the first things we figured out was that Gowry will drop the 8% talisman if at any time if he is in a grieving state. And so we're like, okay, so how do we make him grieve as early as possible? And they get you the 8% too? Yep. So you can get the 8% talisman in this literally at the very, very beginning of the game. Well, actually, no. The only thing you need to do to get the 8% is kill O'Neill. That's it. That's all. There is nothing else. Come on. Yes. Yeah. Because what you have to do is get the needle, take it to Gowry, have him repair it, go to Millicent, have her stab herself, reload the zone, she's standing, kill her, and then go to Gowry, he'll be grieving. And then you kill him, you get the talisman. That's the fastest way to make her grieve, to make him grieve. And then the other realization was, okay, so how do we get pest threads efficiently? So everyone seems to believe that you have to talk to Millicent, give her the needle, have her stab herself, get her back on her feet. She'll go to the place, say she has to travel on a journey, and then you go to Erdtree Gazing Hill. She's standing there. You get the prosthesis, you give it to her, and then you go to Windmill Village, help her kill the Apostle, and when she kills the Apostle, then you can go to Gowry, and he'll sell you pest threads, right? That is typically how it would work. However, what we realized was that if you kill her immediately after giving her the prosthesis, and then go and kill Gowry while he's grieving, you get his bell bearing, and his bell bearing sells you pest threads. At that point. So literally all you have to do is kill O'Neill and get the prosthesis. That's it. So I can't walk forward anymore, or the Frenzy Tower will get me. That's like the hard limit right there. Do I get the quick word for Blood Boil Aromatics while you're in Shaded Ruins? No, I do not, because it doesn't stack with Flame Grant Me Strength. Neither does Exalted Flesh. And I already have Flame Grant Me Strength. Flame Grant Me Strength, honestly, is a big part of what makes this run cozy. Because it buffs all physical and fire damage. Physical and fire. So it's just kind of strictly better than those other things. Only 30 seconds though. Yeah. But I mean, it doesn't matter because it buffs your fire damage, so it's kind of irreplaceable on this run. Like, it's all you're going to be using anyway. It's like the reason why, like, my Radigan strat, for example, works. Just for Rykard. Well, you have Exalted Flesh, right? Aromatics and Exalted Flesh don't stack. Yeah, I guess so.
Wait, well, you're... Goodbye.
I love it when when everything lines up in such a way that it just ends up being night exactly when I need it to be night. The way that I'm routing this now, it happens like every time. Before you can get momentum, yeah. 30 seconds, or 60 seconds is a long time. Hey, Dottie. I mean, Blood Boil Aromatics, like, could be useful for me as well. Like, on my Moog strat. Like, one problem I have on Moog is that the fucking Flame Grant Me Strength doesn't last very long, and so, like, I need him to do a specific attack, and sometimes he just doesn't. In which case, I'm in the awkward spot of having to rebuff, and rebuffing against Moog when in neutral is really fucking sketch. Like, you really don't want to do that shit. You can avoid it. Like, Flame Grant Me Strength cast speed is slow. Like, it feels like you're just gonna fucking get hit.
Hello.
But honestly, even 60 seconds may not be enough. But to be honest, I mean, it is much better. That's quite a while.
Oh, to bless thug, please.
Unless, like... Yeah. I know, that's right. People were telling me that Blood Boil doesn't buff spells at all, but they're wrong. It does. It buffs, obviously, any physical spell, obviously. That's just how it works in this game. Those type of things. It's easier mid-fight. Yeah. Oh, by the way, have you seen the Incantation run Kill the Deathbird before? The thing about Holy Water Pots is that they scale with Faith. That was not a headshot. Neither was that. If you headshot him, it's like 2200 damage. Like, it's literally like 2.5 pots to kill him. But I do prefer it when I use all the pots because then my cracked pots are free for the next thing. So I do want to get this. Maybe.
What are you trying to start? Show me, and I'll consider. I'm not in love.
You're a first.
Do, 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 do.
Please. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Did I forget? I seek you ever to steady such. Please. Brave tarnished.
I think like one issue that they kind of have in this game might be due to like translation problems. Like, what I mean is, what do I want? Oh yeah, we have to do this part first. Like the word magic, right, is just like the generic term for anything magical, and like making a damage type called magic is kind of inherently problematic. Oh wait, I need to go back. Like if you look at the way they handled it in WoW, is magic damage or the equivalent thereof they call arcane damage, right? Arcane is like the damage type because it's more distinct than just saying magic, you know? So something like that, like, you know, these games would have benefited from just like avoiding using the word magic for a damage type. Yeah. I'm gonna push to 32. 33 this time. Is that okay? Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't hurt anything. Cracked pots are usable? Yeah. So I need to have my physic flask completely assembled before I do Fort Height for safety. Stamina regen tier and this avatar drops. I don't for any percent. I would for AR, but for any percent, I'm just gonna like go to 84, so that I'm at 99 basically when I'm physicked up. One thing about putrid avatars is that they're crazy weak to fire, whereas regular avatars are just kind of neutral to fire. Mm-hmm. Back when Sword of Knife and Flame was a little silly, you might say. He barely. I don't know, man. I'm part of me like seeing the way people were using that was just like, I mean, good riddance. Good riddance, man. That was fucking ridiculous. Actually, what am I doing? I need to do some things here. Wasps. Still grieves because you want your OP shit. Yeah. I think everyone on a certain level wants their OP shit. Man, can't believe that didn't work. There we go. Eye lasers are pretty cool. Yeah, so frenzy spells are all those like eye laser things, and they are fire damage, and they build madness on the thing you hit and you. But frenzied burst is fucking ridiculous. It is the longest range incantation. It has as much range as Loretta's great bow. And it's also faster casting. And even if you were to spam it until you were blue in the face, you would never madness yourself. It just doesn't build enough to madness yourself. So that one is 100% worth using. The other ones, don't really need them for anything. There's like some niche cases where they might be good, but mostly they're just kind of useless for the run. So what I realized, Flippy, was, you know, I was saying this before, that I felt like Sorcery was so focused and it had like such a theme that like everything was sort of tied together, especially in terms of like damage type. Like there's a big focus on magic damage, and you know, then you've got some frosty stuff with magic damage and blah blah blah. What I realized is that that is true in Incantations as well, but only if you look at Pyro. Pyro is fully realized in this game. You've got normal fire, you've got Black Flame, which causes a dot, which is percentage based. You've got madness building ones, which have like interesting interesting mechanics and like range options. You've got Giant's Flame, which are like the big flames, which, you know, cost a lot of resources and do a lot of damage, which are like your nukes, right? You've got big AoEs. Like, fire is legit. Fire is fully realized. But it's really the thing that's really lacking in this game is a fully realized set of miracles. You can insta-kill Gideon. It's way too far out of the way to bother with. Oh, you're talking about Inescapable Frenzy? So Inescapable Frenzy is totally not out of the way if you're doing Sewer Moog. If you're doing Sewer Moog, it's literally on your way. So there's several routes that you would probably not mind doing that. It's like literally in your way. It's like it's in your path. And like, I think if you're doing Incantations, then Sewer Moog is by far the best way to go. Way better than Gargoyles. Way better than Gargoyles for AR. But you don't, like, Incantations has like 5 different strats to kill Gideon without a chance of him hitting you. One is Giant's Flame Take Thee, one is Honed Bolt. Yeah, there's a bunch. You could do the Gargs. You can just snipe Gargs with... No, they're ultra resistant to fire. It doesn't work. Your best bet is to use lightning Spear, and it is sketch. It is sketch as fuck.
I knew you. I hereby take my hand. Give me.
It only works if you headshot the first guard twice in a row, which you can kind of consistently do because there's a specific angle that you can approach, which will often cause his AI to turn off for 2 seconds at the beginning of the fight. So that's something we did find, was that there's a specific spot you can stand, which can make the gargoyles like the fucking derp, which is kind of cool.
I am Tanit Rias, a warrior, perhaps.
That's why it's because they're weak to magic damage, Flippy. You don't know how good you have it doing magic damage to gargoyles. They are strong to fire, they're strong to lightning, they're immune to poison, they're immune to rot, all the things that incantations are trying to do, they're strong against. %, avoid sewers. It is a sad, sad state of affairs when you realize that sewers is the easier, softer way. Just like, no. Well, gargoyles are doable with incants. They are. It's just not. It's just not fun. It's sketchy, dude. It's sketchy, and it largely comes down to the fact that like your lightning spear is just not quite far enough range. Like it's kind of. It's just not quite enough. Honestly, that is one of the biggest problems with incantations in general, is the lack of decent long-range options. There's a lot of options, and hardly any of them are, like, very long range. So, like, the only one that's, like, actually long range is Frenzied Burst, and it's fire. So, if you need to do something long range and the thing is strong against fire, you're just, like, fucked. Like, you don't have these premium options. You don't have anything even close to as good as Rock Sling. Nothing. Nothing even close to it. Rock Sling is so... Rock Sling is OP, dude. Honestly. Like, I've used every spell in this game in some kind of capacity, and that, there's a few spells that are just disgustingly overpowered. One of them is Rock Sling. Another one is Night Comet. Those are disgusting. They should be not nearly as good as they are. So the thing that makes it special, Flippy, is that it's so long range and physical damage. You just don't find that. You know how hard it is to find spells like that? Those don't happen much. Physical plus really long range. It's slow cast speed, low DPS, bad FP efficiency. But it's the only spell in the game that can arguably stagger things. There's nothing in Incantations that can stagger. There's nothing in Incantations that has long range and deals physical damage that's actually gettable on a run. And the other thing is that all the cast speed of every incantation is slower than basically every sorcery. So when you say slow cast speed, I don't agree, because every incantation is slower than every sorcery. So, like, it's like you're just used to casting sorceries, which are fast, just in general. Situationally powerful. Well, yeah, what I mean is, in the situations where it is powerful, it's disgustingly powerful. right? Whereas I think Night Comet is just actually the best spell in the game. I think Night Comet is just literally the best spell in the game. Which is largely because of Staff of Loss and like the stupidity with which they have designed the spell buffing stuff in this game. I mean, it's really dumb, dude. Like, dude, Comet Azure is not even OP. The only reason Comet Azure is OP is because of the FP physic. That's the only reason. It's not even good otherwise. Without the FP physic, it's dog shit. But like, so this is like the Night Comet thing. The Night Comet thing is the reason why I think the staff buffing spells in your, even when you're not using it in your other hand, is just the worst design I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. Like, okay, so let me see if I can frame this in a way that like, see if I can get you to understand this the way that I understand it, okay? So, all right. So there's a lot of staffs out there that buff by 15 to 20%. That's a pretty normal amount for a staff to buff, right? However, the Staff of Loss buffs night spells by 30%. So it's essentially like, you know, double what the other staffs are trying to do, right? And the reason why it buffs so much has nothing to do with the way that night spells work or how strong or not strong they are. The reason why it buffs that hard is because it's supposed, the staff itself restricts you. The staff cannot cast anything except night spells, right? So they're saying it's balanced because you get a big buff on night spells, but you can only cast night spells with it, right? Which the entire thought process behind that is nullified by the fact that you can just hold it in your offhand and use a different staff, right? This design had its intent of you casting with the fucking staff that's buffing. I swear to God, it's not intended to get the buff of the spells if you're not casting with the staff. It's the only way the Staff of Loss even begins to make sense. But I could have told them from having modded Dark Souls 3 that because the way special effects work in these games, it's universal. It doesn't matter if you're holding it in the offhand or not. The special effect will apply, right? And so the whole concept of designing it this way is just inherently stupid. Because obviously they made the Staff of Loss to be balanced based on the fact that you'll be casting with it. It's clear, because otherwise why would it restrict you? It just doesn't make sense. And like, it's so dumb, dude. It's just so dumb. I just can't even. And the other thing is, like, the hilarious part is that you then have to wonder, when you see how good Night Comet is after you're holding Staff of Loss in your left hand, that it's better, does more damage, and is cheaper than regular Comet, right? Even when you're using Lusat's headpiece, right? It's not Lusat's headpiece. Was it Lusat's headpiece? The headpiece that buffs Glint, whatever it buffs regular Comet. Maybe that's Azur's headpiece. That, like, you realize, wow, why does Comet even exist then? There's no reason for it to exist because Night Comet is better in every single way. Especially, yeah, exactly. It's not only a flavor fail. Don't even grab it. Who would? There's no reason to grab it. I'm saying it's just the dumbest fucking design on earth. Like, I just don't understand, like, what they're thinking. And I'll tell you what they're thinking, actually, now that I think about it. You know what they're thinking? They're thinking no one would ever hold two staffs. Everyone's going to be holding a sword or something in one of their hands, obviously. They just don't even consider magic, dude. They just don't consider it. They've never considered pure magic in any of their games. And it shows so much. It's why magic is never balanced and well thought out, is because They just don't even consider that someone would not be holding a sword. Or whatever it might be. Look at that! Look at that scorpion charm I just got there, Flippy. Does it make you jealous, dude? I literally walk to a place and pick it up. It's easier than we thought. Yeah. But it's not as easy as walking to a place and picking it up. Fire Scorpion is the easiest, dude. I love it. I love it. Might as well go for it any percent. You're saying because the meteorite strat is back. Honestly, I wouldn't do it 80% without killing Loretta anyway. I just think, I always want Great Bow. Like, there's so few situations where there's so few runs where I'm just like, I'm gonna skip Great Bow. Like, I just want it, like, pretty much always. I know you don't need it, but I just always want it. You know? Even with low damage. Oh, I know. She's super easy. I mean, she doesn't have much HP, but then also she gives you like 1,000,000 years to hit her in the beginning. She has like 3 animations she goes through. She's just like, please kill me. You're just like, okay. Okay, so this is, I started doing this here, where I just get the prosthesis. Oh, I fucked up. 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 I forgot. I can't get the prosthetic if I have runes. I need to dump runes here. Yeah, you have to dark sign out because the zombies keep you in combat literally forever. $27, $45, $800, $800.
Well, I took you for no matter. Lay out your own.
800. Wait, I'm tripping, dude. I was like a whole 1,000 off. Nice. We dumped down to 4 runes. Feels good. And you go to sleep, yeah. Alright, we're on to horse farts, though. Dump it, at least a few hundred, getting Kari and Glintstone Staff. You dark sign out of the tower? Why? Why would you be in combat there? Like, I don't even aggro anything. Like that's one reason why I approach from that cliff. Oh, glint stone staff. Oh. I was like, what? I don't even know where that shit is. A buff slicer, yeah. So you're going, like... But, like, doesn't... I mean, I thought... No, glint blade should also buff slicer. It should. Like, slicer is a glint blade sorcery. It doesn't? It's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid. It doesn't make any sense. I literally can't even with this fucking game, dude. Karian sword sorcery. Why the fuck would they make that distinction? It has the same symbol on the scroll. I just can't. I literally can't even with this game, dude. By the way, in Convergence ER, all school distinctions will be completely changed and largely become irrelevant. Yeah, I know. But, like, there's no way to actually know that except for the fact that they conjure swords, basically. But then, like, glint blades also conjure swords. They're just in the air. Like, it's so fucking dumb. It's just dumb. It's terrible. Yeah, I know. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Like, I get it. Like, I understand. But what I'm saying is that, logically speaking, it doesn't make any sense. Like, the way that they did this, the way that they created divisions in, like, previous games was based on the scroll that was behind the spell. And in this game, the scrolls that are behind the spells have symbols on it, supposedly trying to make it easier to identify what school those spells are in. Or at least having some divisions within the inventory that might signify what schools the spells are in. But they don't. They don't signify shit when they have situations like that, where sword sorceries, for example, are just in some kind of magical fairyland different division, even though they're grouped the same in the inventory. They have the same symbol behind them on the scroll. It makes no fucking sense. It's just the sort of thing that you wouldn't know unless you just test. And I'm like, that is not the way to build a fucking video game, in my opinion. It's just so dumb. You don't really know or Stone Digger spells? Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what I'm talking about. It's just dumb. Like, if they're going to go to the trouble of creating all of these divisions and having all this stuff affect various divisions, don't you think you should divide that for us in a way that we can understand in the inventory and in the way the spells look and, you know, like, and not, you know, keep us guessing for, like, months and months after the game's been out and we've been thinking about it for that long? Oh, here's a handy dandy thing. There's like 8 mushrooms over here. Some people talk to Bach and get like the 10 mushrooms. I just get these 8. It's right there. Plus 23 before stepping in Altus. So I'm assuming you're going underground for that. Plus 6 is the biggest choke point. Yeah, so you gotta like kill the falling star beast and shit. Alrighty, we're chilling. Just hanging out. Standard route's terrible. Ugh. Like, I took a hard look at it. I routed it, figured it out, analyzed it, looked where every single smithing stone was, and determined it is never worth it under any circumstances. Woo, woo. Right, so even on your crazy elaborate route to get to standard, you could still like easily get to +9 somber. I gotta pee. 1 second. Somber 9 upgrade is 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it's less than that. How would I balance standard weapons? Well, there's a number of different ways you could do it. Sort of, I think the simplest way to do it is you create a much greater diversity of types of standard stones, so that you're getting all the. You could find, you know, like regular smithing stone 8s, 7s, and 6s kind of all over the place, but like in lower frequency depending on where you are, right? So like in Limgrave you find 1, 2, 3s, 4s. In Liurnia you find like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then like maybe the occasional 6. And then in Caelid you find like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7s. And then Gelmir Altus you can find literally any of them. Right, but the biggest thing is that you don't find concentrations like what you find in the game currently. Instead, you find more diverse things like in mines, right? And that's the first step. And then the second step is, instead of making it like, because currently it's 246 to get through an upgrade level, 246, so it takes 12 to get through, right? So instead of making it 246, I make it 111. So that way the total amount of items it takes to get to max reinforcement is 25 items instead of 99 items. And then it's basically a lot like Somber in terms of item quantity. The other thing I would do is take all the stacks of stones that are like 2s, 3s, whatever, and just make them just one. And then you diversify all of them so that you're finding more stone pickups that are 1s, but of a greater variety. Because then you could easily route 2, 3 standard upgrade weapons, and you could probably route them to max reinforcement, or like plus 24. And you might only have to pick up 1 or 2, maybe in like Altus, where you can find like 1 or 2, like 1 in Liurnia maybe, and you know, stuff like that, you know. 1, 2, 3. Nah, 1, 1, 1. Think about it. There's 10 items is what it takes to upgrade for Somber. So 1, 1, 1 means 25 items. It's still more than twice as hard to do over Somber, even at 1, 1, 1. To change location of bell bearings, I would largely de-emphasize bell bearings. I would repurpose them. I would make them for other things, because you just wouldn't need them nearly as much the way that I would build it. Bell bearings to me are they're a stupid design. I don't like them. What they are is they're a design where you don't have to design anything, because you just put everything you want to route or you want to put in terms of progression onto a bell bearing. To me, that's brain dead. That's like, I don't feel like designing anything. I don't feel like making the progression work. So I'm just going to slap the items onto a bell bearing. That way I don't have to worry about it. You know, I would rather not need bell bearings in my game because my progression is made correctly the first time. Like, why does it need to be 1, 2, 3? There's no reason for it to be 1, 2, 3. It could just be 1, 1, 1. There's literally nothing wrong with that. You know, in effect, though, what you're basically doing there is you're reducing the, like, you could reduce the max reinforcement level, as, you know, that's the other way. And just, but like, I don't know. I mean, it kind of depends. I don't really see there being a great need for it to be plus 25 as the max. You know, I don't really see why that's important. Is the other part of it, you know? Like, I guess they wanted more numbers because the game is bigger, but then again, they kind of didn't want more numbers because there's Somber also exists. And so it's like, why? Like, it's just so fucking arbitrary. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe the thinking was that standard reinforcement is just, like, better because it allows you to choose your affinity and choose your Ash of War. You know, and, like, that's what they're thinking, is that they wanted it to be way harder because it was so much more customizable, perhaps. Sacrifice of Runes, which is levels. Well, that's my problem with it, is that it's a shortcut to design in that the player progression is curtailed by the fact that bell bearings exist because they have to spend runes instead of on levels. They have to spend it on items just to progress properly throughout the game. And I'm like, so what you're saying is there's a hidden tax within going standard reinforcement, and that tax is lower levels. So it's like a double nerf, right? Like it's 99 items instead of 10, and it costs runes to even get to max reinforcement, which means if you're going standard reinforcement, you're less powerful when you get there as a character. And that's just like, yeah, like I say, like it's way over nerfed, like over tuned in the wrong direction. Half naked women farting in horse rider's face. New Twitch. Just yeah. I mean that's just normal. It's like normal day at the office here. I mean, one thing that occurs to me is I do think that Somber is a little too simplistic for the length of the game. And so, like, what I'm kind of thinking is that we make Somber and Standard Reinforcement go to plus 15. Just both of them do. Plus 15. Like, why not? And make them require the same number of items to reinforce. And that number of items maybe is, I don't know, maybe 15. Yeah, I don't think they realistically will either. But, you know, that's why we're going to build mods. You know, that's like the thing is like I can't wait to get started on building convergence for this game. But we definitely want to wait until they're done patching it and DLCs are out and all that stuff so that we, you know, so that we know exactly what to change. Adjust boss AIs and boss animations. That seems likely that they will. Time for Grew with a Stick. Had to learn some pretty annoying lessons on Margit recently. Actually, wait, I can just go. What lesson? Just about like how many melee punishes I can do without getting like potentially getting caught. Basically, the name of the game is being conservative on melee punishes. Is there a way to prevent D from being murdered? No, not really. I don't think so.
Veins. Tarnish.
Input eat flashbacks. Yeah, it didn't happen that time, did it? Imagine if it would. I mean, if it did, then I would just like stop even attacking or something during that attack or something. You know, like fuck that. Like it's like if it's always gonna eat my inputs there. Will you get off? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, you're sitting here mashing the button for like a million years and it doesn't happen. Chess piece? Yeah, baby, we got it. Nice. Run is blessed. This chess piece gives you one faith. So it means I need one less level. That's weird. Okay, past till morning.
I welcome. I am in my apology. Do you know how it came? Well, the shattering. It is by the matron, and so the earth. Oh, you are free. I would say if you find it, unless in which case. Oh, what very well. Heresy is all thing. Oh, turtle a dog IRL. Not sure you could blame the community for that.
this right? Or am I screwing this up? Yeah, that's right. Hey, what's up, Raz? Is he sick or what? Yeah, I think Rise is correct. He's got ligma. Got a bad case of it.
Return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Okay. Oh shit. That was unexpected.
come. The stars have aligned. The festival. But now.
What am I doing? I forgot something pretty important, I think. Shit. Oh, man. Probably could have done this without, but I sure would be upset if it didn't work because I didn't do this. Hey, Lisa, what's going on? Did you have stuff you wanted to do this morning? Life. But nothing specific. I see. See, here's how I think about it. Maybe you needed the sleep more than you needed the other things, whatever the other things were. So in that case, it's not a waste. It was needed. Hey, Mick. Fine, fine. I won't try to talk you out of feeling ashamed. You're a horrible person who's wasting your life. I can't believe you slept in that long. You should be ashamed of yourself. You lazy pile. Yeah, you're welcome.
The stars have aligned. The festival. The festival. But now.
Making an Incantations character to play off stream. Oh, okay. Well, like, the one thing about Incantations is there's a lot of, I want to say, precision tools that the Incantations toolkit sort of has. So what it means is, depending on what kind of run you're doing, you don't need to get everything. Like, for me, doing any percent here, I'm not going to touch lightning. There's no reason for me to use lightning on this run. Because I can just focus on fire, and it's easier. I just have to get so much less stuff, basically, if I just focus on fire. If I was doing all remembrances, I would need lightning, so I have to route in like a lot more stuff. But yeah, so it's kind of a cool thing, honestly, that like the sort of what becomes like the path of least resistance changes so much depending on like the focal point of the run. All right, let's see. This looks correct. Yeah, well, there is a lot. There is a lot of incantations to get, so. Biggest seals to get in which to upgrade. Well, just let me know if you want any hints or advice. Come on, you fucker. Hey, Viking. I assume you meant to say, yo, that's cheating. To which I would say, you are correct. Ogre, welcome back, bro. 22 months for Ogre Banani. Still one of my couch cushions. Once again. Safe and warm under my butt. Find that kind of shit. I didn't actually find that one. But it sure works. And 28's probably... Yeah. We want to be... yeah, this is correct. We go to 30 and then we push the rest into... yeah. Time for budget Ratussi. Let's do... Church of the Plagu. Now we embark on a quest. That is, we do part of the Millicent quest. And I try not to die from this ridiculous fall collision right here. Well, the fact that I got damaged... Oh, wait. Whoa. Whoa. Relax. Relax, Chief.
Only
Almost forgot the thing.
fine. You have earned now to become the phantasm.
Leprous? No. Are they good? Is it tasty? A couple hours? Sounds awesome, dude. I'm into it. I really do like the Norwegian metal scene. I really do. Kind of screwed up my rotation here, but that's okay. We're going to make it work. Ooh, the old twofer. Think I'd like him? Well, send me a link on Discord. I want to check him out. Oh, Go Sagan with the host. It didn't even pop up in my notifications because Twitch hates hosts. Hi, Go Sagan. How are you?
I am Gary. I'd hoped a strap don't fresh. Should you I will teach. I need your name resting. Oh, as promised. Go on. Well, the work of the. Can you give us well made? Can us well made?
Thanks, dude.
I will reward. Millicent tended to wretched.
Live clip. Okay, sweet.
Well, my flesh, it is a curse. You to quell, but never mind. I would rather than simply. Would you mind? Well, my apologies. Everything, even the nightmare. Not that I could ever. I'm with the needle. My destiny. It's all thanks. My name is
Prog metal cultist. Prog metal's pretty sweet, dude.
something. So I decided I've only perhaps. Well, I must I must.
Prog rock 2 lines get blurry. Yeah. I mean, I love prog rock. Mars Volta is still one of my favorite bands ever. Love them. But then again, I grew up listening to like classic prog rock, so it'll always have a special place for me.
Are you giving me this? I think it might be.
So I'm warming up for Devin Townsend, dude. I've been listening to Devin Townsend lately. I've been like re-experiencing Devin Townsend again. There's that song called Failure. It's like my favorite fucking song by them. I fucking love it. Oh, yeah, Love by Strapping. Yeah, that one's great. That song, dude, yeah. Okay. Time for my main man, Gold Free. Murdered that man. Well, that's not the sad part. The sad part is killing Millicent. Beast of a drummer. Dude, I still go back and watch I'll still just like turn on drummer videos sometimes, just because, you know, played drums for 15 years. I just still like watch it. Like, I'll just like type in something like Thomas Pridgen or something and just watch some fucking crazy ass drums, or like Meshuggah drummer or some shit. Danny Carey playing Numa. Sounds good. I mean, Danny Carey, he's the real deal, dude. Danny Carey's no fucking joke on the kit. I want to send you a link to a drum video, dude. Oh my god. Like, I watch it and I'm just like, I cannot believe. There's one particular video. I just don't even understand what's happening. Like, my drum teacher always said, you know, if you can sing it or hum it in your head, then you can play it, right? And he's right about that. You know, if you can visualize it, then you can find a way to play it. But like, I'm watching him play it, and I do not understand what is happening. I like play a little game with myself where I'm just like, I'm going to try to predict where the snare is going to land. I can't do it. Who is it? I don't think it's the Meshuggah drummer, but it's the Meshuggah guitarist, and he's playing like riffs from a Meshuggah song, and this other guy is just going fucking ham sandwiches, dude. Like, it is just, what the fuck? It might be Hawken. It might be Hawken. I don't know. He's got like a blonde like afro.
For bringing here and
Oh no, you're talking about the band Hawken. I don't know what my brain was thinking there. He's got a blonde afro. I don't know if the drummer from Meshuggah has a blonde afro. Thomas, yeah. Okay, yeah. I haven't heard of them, Endless Ragnarok. Like watching some drum videos, I'm just like thinking to myself, like, I'm all about, like, I really like polyrhythms, like I really do. I think they're fucking amazing, but I'm as like, you have to not be fucking quite human to play through like 7 polyrhythms through 4 phrases and then come back to the fucking one. I'm just like, how the fuck? Like, what does your brain, like, how does your brain work? Like, it doesn't, I just don't. I'm just fucking, what the fuck? You know? Alright, sounds good, Viking. I'm gonna run past him here. That's a weird sideways dodge he just did. Do I want to swap sides? I do. So now we back way up. We do a punish from here. He should run into it. Then we back all the way up again. Should run into this. Whoops. He's out of range. That won't hit me.
The thrones, stained by my curse, shame cannot bear. Thy punishment shall not be forgiven.
No. Position's bad here. He's too close. I can't punish this. Yikes. Okay, this is the distance. Nope. That would be greedy. We're not going to be greedy here. Yeah, his position was unfortunate most of that. I had to swap sides like twice. I was kind of expecting him to survive with low HP because it often happens that way on this guy, just because I know my damage threshold's a little bit below where it kind of like if I get that punish after transition while my flame grant me strength is on, then he won't survive with low HP. It's just
Yes.
if I'm doing the 1200, but in that case I did the
Hello again.
950, so
Allow
I knew
me,
it wasn't
you
enough.
prevented the thorn. A husk, the only way, and become my purpose. So I'd like you to the flame then and guide you.
Most useful incantations. Sure. Lightning Spear. Catch Flame. Black Flame. Flame grant me strength. Frenzied Burst. Those are the most useful. Honed Bolt for a few things. Giant's Flame Take Thee is really powerful. And then for cheesing stuff, Pest Threads. Also Rotten Breath. Yeah, you could easily do like the whole game just with those. ADLS is not that useful, to be honest. It's very niche. Any other tips? Yeah, get Frenzied Burst as early as you can. It's the longest range incantation in the game. Hone Bolt. Yeah, it's pretty good. There's some situations where Hone Bolt really kicks ass, for sure. Getting a Neapolitan ice cream cone is absolutely god tier. Nice. Yeah, I don't usually go in for strawberry ice cream. Like, I like strawberries. I don't know why I just don't really eat it. It's not that I don't like it. It's just that I don't really eat it. Strawberry ice cream. taste like actual strawberries? I suppose not. I think there are ice creams like that, actually, Lisa. At least I see ice creams that advertise that on their packaging. But my attitude is, if I want ice cream, if I'm making the decision to buy and eat ice cream, I'm going for the real thing. Not something that's going to make me crave actual ice cream. Otherwise, I just wouldn't even buy it. Oh boy, this is the worst RNG that can happen. Come on. Come on. Okay. Yeah, I don't like mangoes. I'm not into it. Just never liked the flavor for whatever reason. But to be fair, a lot of tropical fruits are kind of hit or miss with me, whether I like them or not. What button do I use? It's on my quick menu, so I hold Y and press the up directional. So if I hold Y, see how my bottom left turns into those 4? Nice, two fish. I remember my grandma used to send me this like fancy box of pears like every year for Christmas. There was like from some really fancy place. They were like ultra ripe, amazing, perfect pears. Cause she knows I like pears. Well, it wasn't like her only Christmas present she would send me, but I just remember that was like a normal thing. God damn, the shadow is fucking killing me. Hey Stavros, what's up, man? How go the runs? This one's going okay. There are 3 or 4 different no-hit runs. Of the ones that I'm running, I don't know. Like, this is the one that I'm sure that I'm running. I have like tons of different routing stuff that I'm working on, but running and routing are not the same. You mean claw grip? How do you get used to it? You just fucking keep doing it and don't stop for a really long time. Stavros being completed, no hits in DS3. Yeah, that would be a pretty different question. All games? Oh. Well, let's see. In Dark Souls 3, I have hundreds of completed no-hit runs. Like, probably close on 1,000 individual no-hit runs. But World's First, I have 7 different World's First in no-hit in Dark Souls 3. And then in Convergence mod, I have dozens and dozens of no-hits as well. Hey Charles, what's up, man? How am I doing? Doing great. How are you doing? Talking to someone about that potential Twitch extension mentioned the other day. Well, I discussed. Well, so I actually thought about it for a while. Like I didn't talk to anyone yet, but I just kind of approached it. I tried to draw out a use case for how I would build it, and I realized that it's not very easy to do. It would be quite difficult to do. You would need a program on your computer which hooks into the game files. I was thinking it would be easy to do for like a mod that we make, but it would not be easy to do for just the game. It would be quite hard. So like one reason why programs like that work for games like PoE is because the game is online and the data about your character is available on their online servers. Like you can look up a character on their website and be like, ah, here's all the stuff. Like if you play a game like Diablo or whatever, you can just go to their website, type in your character name, and there it is. Just boom, already on their website. Yeah, so they have API. So a game like this, which does not, you would need something local to hook into the game, and then you would have to base the mod off of the information generated that way. So it wouldn't be trivial thing to do. Like it's so much nicer when there is API data, because then you don't have to do anything locally, you know. But like in this case, if you want the app to work, you would need an app on your computer, you know, and it like now it wouldn't have to be like a real intrusive one, like it wouldn't have to be like a big deal, but you would have to have something. Yeah, so the idea was a overlay program that allows the viewer to see what the character's build is. Like, see their stats, see all of their items equipped, you know, see basically their character data. And if you're doing that, then you might as well also allow them to just see like every item in the player's inventory if they wanted. Right, so you have to build some things to make that work, but sounds beast. It doesn't sound that hard. Like I say, you would just need you need something local on the computer of the streamer, and then you would so you need a place to send the data, and then somewhere, and then the Twitch extension can grab the data from that place, right? So you just need somewhere to you need something to grab the data from your game, then somewhere to put the data online, and then for the Twitch extension to grab that data and display it, right? And so you'd need some things to make that work. Defeat the anti-cheat. Well, I don't even I run my game without anti-cheat. It's like the easiest shit on earth to disable. It's like one text file with like a number in it, and it just turns off easy anti-cheat. And the game runs better when you do that. An elaborate project? I don't know. I mean, we already are using storage like in drop. We're using Dropbox storage right now for the Convergence auto downloader software, so you know, whatever. I'm already paying for that shit, and this would be tiny amounts of data. I don't know. Time for the most fun dungeon in the video game. Yeah, obviously, if you, but that's the thing is the mod. Here's the cool thing, Lisa, is that you could write this in such a way that it doesn't need to mod Elden Ring. You could write this in such a way that it just gathers data from Elden Ring. So if something was like scanning the files for integrity, they wouldn't see anything. Like, that wouldn't be that hard to do, to be honest. Like the new mod engine that the mod makers are developing for these style games, it doesn't need to change the file structure of the game anymore. It doesn't even interact with the file structure of the game anymore, which is brilliant. What? Did that shit just go through a wall? Stop looking at me. Quit looking. Okay. Well, like, I don't think gathering the data or saving the data is going to be the part that's annoying. I think the part that's going to be annoying is creating a UI of displaying the data on the actual overlay. You know, like something that looks like an inventory that they can hover their mouse over and see what the fuck it is. Like, that's going to be the annoying part. Yeah, I think the UI is going to be the part that's going to be time consuming. I think the way, like, I wouldn't even write a cheat engine extension, because that would require running cheat engine, which inherently makes the game that's it's hooking become unstable. Like, I wouldn't do that. Like, what I would do is I would take the actual files of the game and have it generate through memory cache, right? I would write my own very minuscule hook to grab the data cache that I need, which is a very small bit of data, and then that populates my UI extension, right? Because, you know, cheat engine's inherently extremely invasive. It just makes shit unstable just because of the way that it works. Why is that annoying? Because it's like, if you want it to look good and not just look like dog shit, you're going to have to use some artistry. And then you need like a different set of programs than just like, tools to write the UI properly beyond just your typical like coding platform, if you want it to look good. So like one way to do it is use someone's web-based stuff, right? Like you find a website that's like, you know, displays character loadout or like a character builder or something like that, and you could like maybe snatch their the way that it looks, or like use it for inspiration or something. When building the UI yourself. Yeah, the thing is, I just would worry about game stability. Like, if they have to be running Cheat Engine, or even some version of Cheat Engine, even a dumbed down version of Cheat Engine, just for the hooks, right, then it's going to affect stability of the game. And, like, that's, to me, that makes it kind of inherently not worth it. You know, often games crash when you have Cheat Engine up just because you have Cheat Engine up. It's ridiculous, especially these games. Oh, right, I have to leave this stupid dungeon. Use it for basically everything. Alright, let's see. So I definitely need to be careful in this part. We're just setting up for Fire Giant right now. Getting all my last talismans that I need. You're gonna have a bad time. Yeah. Not returning billions of results. Yeah. There's just there's certain aspects of certain tables that I think are, you know, it could just be the way like certain tables come together that make things like wobbly. You know, it could just come down to the tables that I've been using, you know what I mean? I mean, in theory, like on paper, I would 100% agree that it shouldn't add any instability. I better not be forgetting a bat. I don't think I am. Yeah, it's tied for second longest range spell. It is the longest range incantation. Six. Okay. Okay. Be aggressive. Sometimes you need to be aggressive. Sometimes you really shouldn't be. I am dumb. Kick him. Okay. That is what he gets. Be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. Okay.
Greek. Oh, what very well. Heresy is all thing.
Okay, so for this part, we want this. Wait, it's not quite right, is it? This. I think this is all we need until Godskin. And then after Godskin, we switch it up. Yeah.
I have lost this world and death. Are you to commit? Very let my hand.
Oh, that's fucked up. Okay, that's alright. We can make this work. Yeah, so I'm not getting the giant seal this run, and I wasn't anticipating it making such a huge difference on these guys, but it is. So I just have to do this part with the physic up, which is fine. Okay. Thought it was doing the other attack. I don't know, man. That fight, like, people, like, I was trusting someone who told me that the giant seal doesn't boost catch flame, but that fight kind of proves to me that it does. Because I didn't have giant seal and it took way more shots to kill them. And I wasn't forgetting anything else. So I kind of think that maybe I need it. Not for the next fight, but I'll definitely need it for the following fights. Well, I'll need it for the last fight, so I think maybe I should get it. Oh no, I'm stupid. I did all of this with +6? Oh my god, no wonder. No wonder. I'm like, man, my damage is low. Oh man.
Lay out your roll.
So what would be disappointing is if it does boost it, but I don't actually find that out until too late. Okay. I was like, man, Fire Giant didn't die as fast as I thought he would. It's because I had +6. Working on new low upgrade run. Yeah, Right. Completely intentional. Okay. Weak alluring skills. I mean, they're the best alluring item in the game for sure. Like, it's not even close. They're so good at pulling attention. Okay. So I need to check. I mean, we won't need this, so we can just sell all this shit.
Oh, snap.
Okay.
Destined death. I will not have it stolen from me again.
Hey, Rapier, thanks for the 6 months, dude. Appreciate you. Okay, that's good R&D for me.
Astonished. Why cover destined death?
Who's Derek? Just think I look like a Derek? Chat, type 1-1 if you think I look like a Derek. All right.
I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring. To sense the affairs. I knew in my bones a tarnished cannot become a lord.
Yes, I named him.
Even you. A man cannot kill a god.
Yeah, Folan, you are, of course. Looks so sketch. Yeah, it's sketchy because you can't see him because of the fire. Right? Alright. Spells, spells, spells. I'm actually nervous, chat. I usually don't get nervous. I'm actually a little bit nervous. It would be on this patch, Lisa, but it wouldn't be overall, no. Alright, I have to think about the fight for a second. 5. Roll in 6. Okay. No, I missed it. That's okay. That's okay. It's fine. That's good. I didn't get my swap, so we do it again. Yes, dude. Fuck yes, dude. Yes. Ah, dude, we fucking did it, dude. Oh shit. Yeah, man. Oh man, we fucking got it, dude. Holy shit. Oh man. Woo! So it's world's first on this patch. Incantations only. Yeah, for this patch. Oh my god. I was like legit freaking out. Bone out? Yeah, I was like, nope. Nope. Because you see how easy it can be. Oh my fucking god, dude. I was like despairing of ever actually getting the motherfucking run. So happy I fucking got it. Yes, dude. I'm so stoked, man. I fucking got it. Alright, so that's my first no-hit in this video game. Finally. Finally got a no-hit in this video game. Casually do AR first try. You know, earlier when we started the stream, I was practicing AR bosses. And Rykard is like at this point, as far as I can tell, like impossible for incantations. I mean, it's not impossible, it's just extremely unlikely. Oh, finally fucking got it, dude. Yes! Oh, man, thank you so much for the gift subs, man. Really appreciate you. Killer with the 5 gift subs. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. And, Themtastic, thank you for the first time Twitch Prime. You are now one of my couch cushions, safe and warm under my butt. Oh, hang on, we gotta do the happy ending. You guys ready? You ready for the happy ending, dude? Here we go. This ending with this song is like as if Elden Ring was just ultra happy, dude.
fallen leaves tell a story of how a tarnished became Elden Lord. In our home, across the fog, the
Grambuli with the 5 gift subs. Sinister, Couch Pouch, Zonta, Yuxel, and Winderosa. You are all now couch cushions, safe and warm under my butt. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the sub gifts. No underwear. No underwear. Look, no underwear. No underwear, chat.
fracture.
You guys ever get really, really strong deja vu? Because, wow. We fucking did it, dude. We got a run. We got the run. What's next? I gotta enjoy the moment. I'm not thinking about next right now. Thank you for the redemption, Lisa. You want melee spells? Ogre Banani with the 5 gift subs. Deadeye. Endukar. Gozen Reiji. Bender. And Ligatura. You are all now couch cushion.